Alright, we're here, we're live, and you join me while I am I've made a load of icons for my heads, because the Chamsys icons, the icons that they make that come with the software are all a bit dodgy. Like, some of them are okay, but they're just so poorly laid out. If I try and find them now, where am I looking? If I insert a thing, if I go searching in the icon field, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So, for example, if we go into colours, say I want to find a colour. They're in this order, in this weird order, and they're duplicated down here in like a different order. I'm not even sure if that is duplicated or if they're like split up. Maybe they are different, but they look like it's the same set of icons, just in a completely different order. So the colours are all over the place. Plus, I don't think there's no good CTB colour, nor is there a good colour for black. Like, that's probably what you would have for black there, but, I mean, you can't see it at all. It's pretty useless. So, that's why I decided I'm going to make my own icons and have them in some kind of order so that I can go in and quickly pick one that works. So now I'm going to attempt to load these icons into the software. So from my bit of reading that I was doing, you do this by going into Setup, File Manager, go into your icons folder. I've stored all my icons into MagicQ Show Icons, and then a separate folder which I've made called My Icons. Now the file type MC2 is a proprietary file type made by the Chamsys people. And if you open it into Notepad, you can see it's a whole load of stuff. I don't think there's a way to edit it yourself and save it and make it make sense, unless you work for Chamsys, probably. But I tried looking it up earlier, and it said, oh, it's not here now, but if I type in MC2 file type, it comes up with, it says it's like a file for this program called MasterCook 5, a program used for creating and organizing recipes. Yeah, that's definitely not right. It's definitely not that. So the way Chamsys wants you to do it is you've got to put all your icons that you've made in here, or have them in your icon folder. The icon type, it can be bitmap or, where was it? User icons. Bitmap and JPEG files. But then it goes on to say, click on the PNG or bitmap files. So I'm not sure if it's JPEG and PNG, or whatever. We'll find out soon. So let's import these. So you've got to go into your folder, scroll all the way down to the bottom, because the bottom is the obvious place to put your folder for My Icons. And then you just click them, press enter. I'm guessing it will let me highlight them all and do it. Load this file as an icon, yes. And then, presumably it's done it. Let's go back and have a look. Let's go back into the icons and see if they've appeared. So they'll go into the user icons folder there, and yes, they have appeared. But they've put them in a really... Why has it loaded them in a stupid order? And why has it loaded two different reds? Oh no, I think that was because I tested one earlier. Can I remove one? Icons. Come on. My icons. Oh no, it won't be there, will it? It will be... It will have made them and then put them in with one of these fields. Okay, so user icons is just all the way at the bottom. I guess that's handy. So if can I go remove, delete file? Okay. So we got a white, blue, UV, magenta, pink. I think that's the amber. No, that's pink. CTO. Why does it put them in this order? Why can't Chamsys ever just do things a bit more normally? Maybe it's to do with the text. Maybe it's because I started, maybe because I think it applies a number which is hex. It's probably thinking more in like binary or hex. So it's going white is 0, and then 1, 0 for deep blue is the next one. So I need to be numbering them in hex numbering, maybe, or if I just do something like this, if I go 0, 0, then 0, 1, oops, 0, 2, orange. This will probably fix it. I just want the icons to be in an order that is easy to work with and makes sense. I think this should work. Okay, let's try again. If I delete all those. And I'm also going to delete all of these because I don't know what the fuck these are. Watch the software just decide to break. Okay. Let's try again. Enter. Load this file as an icon. Yes. Up folder. For some reason that decides to take me up 3 or 2 folders. Icons. Let's go to the bottom. White. Perfect. Okay, that did it. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So now, let's have a look and see if this makes sense now. Edit head. So if I'd go on there, actually, quicker way. I like them all. Go set. User. White. And then if I scroll, red, orange, amber, yellow, green, sea green, sea green. That's normal green. Blue. Deep blue. Of. Mudge. Hot pink is that one. Pink. It doesn't really look very pink. I might change that. But that's a good CTO. That's a CTB. And black. Ooh. Finally. Some icons that make sense. Now my next idea was I was going to make some other ones, like more regularly used ones. For example, most of these are okay, they're just in a really stupid order and repeated in a different order. But these are ridiculous. The amount of head files I've had to make and then scroll through all of this stuff, trying to find the right icon for what I want. Like this one. It's just right here on its own. Clearly, I think that's supposed to be like iris small and iris large. But why? Why is it there? And then you get all this random stuff. Oh, it's just not made to be used. It's literally just a library where they've thrown everything. And it's kind of slowed everything right down. I was going to see if I could learn this whole dependent channel and dependent value field. So I'm going to make a light. I'm going to pretend that I'm using a light which has got like some weird intensity thing. So if I find generic, let's say generic moving wash. Let's have a look what's in it. Channels, intensity mode, some other stuff. I tried this with self-made gobos made of JPEGs before, and the result was that I can't see them in the viz. I'm very interested if you can see your colours in the viz. That is a good point. Let's have a look at the old viz. I should have a setting where I can... Oh yeah, that is automatically there. Great. If I make this a bit smaller, that should be it. And then I will go to U, so that I can transition. Okay. How best to do this? I guess if I go back to, if I choose a generic RGB, RGB, LTP. No, don't patch it. Edit. So we don't care about this stuff. Right. So these are the pre-made icons that come with it. So I'm going to kind of forget about that stuff. Let's add a few more. Actually, this will be a good time to see if my import function works. So if I go import palettes, and then my colors, I think that's worked. I don't know why it adds all of these though. Can I scroll? Can I do this? Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Has that just highlighted everything? Oh god. Stop. Ugh. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Wow, this is going to take forever. Why does it do that? I definitely didn't have zeros in those fields when I made that file. I'm just going to push and hold the down button. I hope everyone loves watching me scroll down through a spreadsheet. That's what everyone complains that Chamsys is spreadsheets. It is a whole lot of spreadsheets. Sometimes they're nice spreadsheets, sometimes they're nasty spreadsheets. Okay, remove. Okay, so this is my my imported palettes thing, so that should work. So now this icon field should get filled with my icons. User icons. We'll select you, highlight you, scroll, 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 yellow, lime, green, sea green, cyan, blue, deep blue, UV, magenta, pink, pink 2, which looks more salmon, CTO, CTB, black. Oh no, this won't, this would, oh no, I need to put these on a moving head, don't I? Not an RGB thing, because that won't make any sense. Either way, I'll save this anyway, because why not? Save. Yes. Okay, sorry, that just completely wasted time. Let's put them on a mover, because a mover is what's gonna be the thing. Is there a generic mover in here? Like a generic spot. Maybe the pan tilt? Oh, edit head. No, that's literally just pan and tilt. Don't want to do it on a wash. I want something with a color wheel. Screw it. I'll do it on something which I can just fuck with. Rogue R2 spot. Okay, so there's no auto palettes for that. I mean, there's no pre-made palettes, but I shall put my icons here for these colors and see what happens then. So if I get rid of those, and I will get rid of those. So now I'll just insert my colors here. Actually, highlight all. Set. Ah, cheers, Michael Brown. Nice words. Good to hear it, man. I know some of them can go on for a pretty long time, but nice to hear that they're actually helping. User icons. White. Okay, so... Oh, no, yeah, that's mine. Oh, dying. So, white. Let's find one which is yellow. There's my yellow. Light blue can be you. Green. You. Red. Magenta. blue. Probably that blue. Orange. That one. White. CTO. CTO 5600. I'll just pretend that's CTB. Green. UV. Orange. We'll make that one the lighter orange. Pink. Light blue. Have I used the... I have used that. Yeah, that can be another one. Okay. So we'll save this as... I don't know. Fake mode fake. And when you do it like that, fun fact, that should have automatically changed these things. Fake. All right, so if we patch our fake, let's say 5 of them. Did it auto palette as well? It did. So here's our 5 fake heads. These are the icons that I put in. I'd recognize that blue anywhere. So let's locate them. Let's make them point to me. Let's fan them out just for a bit of fun. And let's make them change color. And it's not working. That's interesting. Let's patch some normal ones as well. Rogati spot, 18 Chan, patch it 5. We'll put them a bit further back. And I'm going to do the thing where you zoom out and then zoom back in and make it look cool. There we go, that's much better. We will spread these out a bit more. Yeah, those ones can go a bit higher. Okay. Real rogues. So, oops. There's my fake ones. There's my real ones. Let's pan the real ones up, tilt the real ones up. Give them a color. Okay, so those ones work with color. What if I say record that there? Say yellow. Why don't the fake ones work with color? Fake green. Real ones. Green. That's interesting. What happens if I change it to new rendering? It gets really, really bright. So the fake ones are definitely doing stupid colors. So this is the fake head. I've definitely had the I've had the gobos work before, because I wonder if it's still in here. I made some gobos for the mega pointy, and that worked. So I'll see if they're still working. I can't remember if it's one word or not. It is. Oh no, it didn't. It just found it anyway. Mode 1, patch it, 5 of them. Locate them. They can go a bit further down. Spread out again. Megas. Yeah, I wonder if they're still in it. It was quite a few versions ago that I made the gobos for it. I really can't even remember which wheel I did. I don't think it was that wheel. I think it was the nice wheel. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, those aren't my gobos. So I remember making that gobo actually correct, with the like gaps in it. As you can see, this gobo is wrong. Maybe there is a difference between Viz and normal Chamsys. So Chamsys make gobos, etc. work with Viz as a special. Maybe there is a difference between Viz and... Oh, okay. Oh, make a grid and see if the color is on the grid. Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's make a grid. Outputs. Plan. Let's see if I can be a person and do it from the plot. Let's view plot. All the way over there. Create grid. Woo, nice. Okay, view grid. Well, that doesn't work. Let's move that over there, close that. Fake yellow, light blue, green, red. Yeah, that's not working. And real ones, yellow. Huh. The grid doesn't like color wheel 2. The Viz likes both color wheels. Grid only likes color wheel 1 on the real ones. The fake ones, the ones with my... Oh, okay, that's interesting. So there, the outputs window likes my colors. I'll be interested to see what the difference in that color is if I do it on these. Slightly different. Record a cue list and it's chased by default. How can I change it to a cue list by default? Well, if you... Let's pretend... clear everything. I'm going to locate you and record you onto there. Okay, so now we have a cue list, which is defaulting to chase. If you click cue timing, it will now be cue timing. But if you want to make it default to cue timing every time you make one, options, view defaults, and then in step, you go step controllers chase multi-Q Q stack? No. So then when you make a Q stack with multiple Qs, it should always do Q timing. Let's give it a go. So let's locate you. I'll record there. And then I'll locate you and record on top. So, oh no, that didn't work. Didn't work for me. That was the first time I tried it, to be fair. It's interesting though. Oh no, it kind of worked, but it did something spazzy. So if I go back into options, view defaults, step, single Q. Oh, you need to set that to yes. Probably something like that. Yeah, so by default, it looks like that. You want to change it to look like that, I think. Let's try that again. Let's get rid of you. Record that. Record that. Okay, let's turn it on. Nice, it worked. So yeah, that is how you make it always be a Q timing, Q stack by default, without having to go in and set Q timing every time you make it. But I've never done that. Every time I make a Q stack, I just always forget and then go, oh yeah, I need to go Q timing. La, 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 la. Oh man, so many comments. Da, 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 da. Yeah, top right corner, there's a button. Number 3 from the left, Q timing. Q timing, yes it works. Oh yeah, yeah. So if you're happy with that, I've just showed you the way of doing it you want to do it, then whoopee, yay, we did it. We made it do Q timing by default, yay. Yeah, it's a weird menu. It's in options, and then you've got it doesn't appear normally. You got to go to view defaults, and then you get these things, which are mysterious things, which you don't see normally. In fact, I've never really looked through them properly. So those are just tracking defaults, halts, blah 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 blah. That's pretty much the same as that, but step times. Effects, that's interesting. Oh, default effects stuff. And then, ooh, which I think that tab should really be visible normally. Anyway, what was I doing before? Mega pointy gobos. Locate to up. Patch. Mega pointy. Heads. Edit. Find that gobo. Where's that gobo? Where's that gobo? Gobo 1. And here. User icons. Oh, it's probably not there. No. Okay, let's go make it again. I think it should still exist. Oh god, where would it be? Oh, I have no idea. Oh, oh, ah. Yeah. Documents. Oh, maybe I did it on my old laptop. thumbs. No idea where that gobo would have been. Show you a way to do dim bumps in one cue list. Dim bumps in one cue list. What exactly do you mean? While you write down exactly what you mean, I'm just gonna see if I can get these fake lights to show that color. Actually, I'm just gonna quickly make a fake gobo. Actually, I'm gonna make that mega pointy gobo. And see if I can redo it. And then people can make their own gobos as well, because they'll see how you do it. That's a good video, by the way. Watch it if you haven't seen it already. It's a good video by this dude. It should be here. Gobos, filters. Come on. Color wheel, gobo wheel. Gobo wheel. Okay, have a look at this one. There we go. I want to make you new. Copy. Gobo for mega. Yeah, why isn't it moving? Oops. Say you have a long queue list. Want to do all stuff in one queue list. Q1, some grouped in 100. Q2, some grouped in 100. And after 0.5 seconds, dim off. Ugh, why won't this undo? Step back, step back, step back, step back. Oh, just gonna repaste it. Oh, that can disappear now. Nope. So a long queue list, want to do all stuff in one queue list. Q1, some group dim 100. Okay. Oh. Intensity at full. Record. done. Megas, intensity at full, record, bam, done. So now we have a little stack which we're pressing our button to go through. Groups, 100, something like that. Say you have a long queue list. I want to do all stuff. Sorry, I'm reading it over and over. I'm trying to figure out what you're meaning. Q1, some group dim 100. Q2, some group dim 100. After 0.5 second dim off. Do you want it to run automatically, or do you just want to be pressing the play button to go through? I guess I'll start showing you both ways. If you want it to... Oh, with tracking. Okay, so you want one group to come on, the other group to come on, and then for it to finish and everything to go off. So activate release 0.5, release after last step. So turn it on, press play. Ooh, okay. Let's record something blank. Group 1 on. Group 2 on. Off. Something like that. Why does that? There we go. I mean, you can do it with tracking or without tracking, whatever you want to do. But there's... Okay, if I do it entirely with my mouse, Q on, group 2 on, everything fades out. What if I change that to 0? Guessing that's what you're talking about. But yeah, I don't really tend to use tracking all that much, so I would just do like both on. And then, yeah, like an all off. Like that. Basically, I hate tracking because I was never really... It was never one of the things that got taught to me as one of the first things. Like when you first get into lighting, some people get taught tracking, some people don't. And I didn't. So I've never really done it. That's kind of effective if you have that up and click through. You could probably make it in an effect. Maybe. If you had like a custom effect. Could you? Actually, I'm not sure if you could. Yeah, record merge is good. Hold down that old S button. Hit record. I think. Yeah. That's one way to do it. for anyone who doesn't know about record merge, let's locate some lights, chuck them there, activate that, and then go, oh, I wanted those to be red. I want them to be red now. Select them, make them red, make it so that the viz sees that they're red. Oh, I did it with the wrong light. Let's forget that cue. Let's do it with the megas. Megas there. Oops, I want this red. Oh, I can't fit it all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, you only get 15/16. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Interesting. So yeah, I've made this cue, but I want that to be red and say up instead. You just point them where you want to point them, make it red, and then on my desk I'm holding that S button, hit record, and it merges. Merge programmer with QID1 on playback 3. So now those lights are on and red. And you can, like, even if you go include, like, they're definitely on and red. Yeah, record merge is decent. Let's clean this up a bit. So many things. What's this? Ooh, interesting. I'll keep that. And this was that weird Q stack. What's that? Nothing. There's one thing I think a lot of people don't know about how normally when you want to try and move a Q stack, it's like, oh, can't do it, it's active. But if you hold, I think it's if you hold shift, press select, it goes transfer, select playback. You can move it. So you can move things while active, just like that. If I try and do it normally, it won't let you. Hold shift, press select, click it, click somewhere else. Something that barely anyone knows about. Where did that just go? Did I just delete that? Or was that a bug? I wasn't really focusing. Anyway, making this gobo. You can go something like that. What is that? Can be like 400 by 400 ish. Oops, I don't want to do that. Come on, move. Move for me. Yeah, that'll do. White. I think I want it white. I think I want the background to be black though. Black. Oh. Let's make that 150. Come on, Photoshop. You can do it. That'll do. Save as. my icons. Snowflake, Gobo, Mega Pointy. Actually, I'll start it with the word Gobo. And then Mega Pointy. And then Snowflake. And JPEG. Actually, that color is not black. And yeah, I know there's an edge, but bite me. JPEG, Gobo for Mega. Yes. Yes. File Manager, icons. Scroll to the bottom because that's the sensible place to put icons. So that's the old one. What happens if I click that? Oh, it might just do it for my old one. Where did that just go? Yeah, there's my old one. Okay, let's see if that works. So making that was kind of pointless. Patch, Mega Pointy. Oh, maybe I did it on the Mode 2 one. Maybe that's why we don't see it. Choose head. Mega Pointy. Morph. Megas. No, that's still the old one. Okay, we'll put it in. So Megas, edit head. Let's go to Gobo 1 index. Double click on you. User icons. And we'll do the same for the rotation Gobo. Yes, I was the one who won the MQ70 back in November last year. I am indeed. That is I. Okay, that's all of them there. So if I go to head file version 7, I've saved a few versions of this already. Yes, overwrite. Oh no, 7 was not a user one. This is a user one. Okay, well, let's see if that worked. Beam. Okay, so there's my Gobo. Let's see if the Gobo appears in the viz. Moment of truth. Let's make it real big. All right. Rotate Gobo. Oh, hey, there it is. So there's the Gobo that I created. It's now in the lights. So much better than the old one. Plus, that's how it actually looks. Oh, don't have fan on while you do that. There we go. Now we've got some pretty looking lights. And while we're at it, I'll add in those other Gobos I made. File Manager, icons. Oh yeah, show you my screen. Scroll to the bottom. Make a point, snowflake, cross, circle, dots. Let's make you icons. Now let's make... which one did I just do? Dots, the cross, and let's do zebra. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, now we've got dots, cross, and zebra. Let's put them in the lights. Yeah. Edit head. Ranges. Not that gobo wheel. Not that gobo wheel. This gobo wheel. I think. Oh, I need to look at the unit again. So, cross, then zebra, then dots, after that weird dots thing. So, I don't actually want to change that one. I do want to change you. Oh, which one was it first? I think it's the cross. Yeah, cross. And this should be zebra. And then nice dots. And then do it on these as well, which is such fun. What did you do wrong? I don't know. You have to go back through, see if something that you didn't match, or maybe I wonder if it doesn't work in the old version of the visualizer. I'll load it up in a bit. What was I just on? Zebra? No, that should be cross. Cross. This should be the zebra one. This is multi-dots. I'm going to do this one a bit quicker. Highlight those three. User. Click that one. So the first one was a cross. Then it was zebra. Then it was that. And one more time. Dots. You should be the cross. And the zebra. And you are already the dots. Save head. So let's see if that updated there. Yep, that's that nice cross. That's this good snowflake. Nice cross. Nice zebra. Oh, nice dots doesn't spin. Or is the frame rate just happen to be matched? Why doesn't nice dots spin? That spins. That spins. That spins. Oh, I've jumped onto indexing. Spinning, 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 spinning. That's really weird. Why doesn't that spin? That's really weird. They all spin apart from that one. Unless it is just that bro's not spinning. What does OpenGL 3.3? Although I still hate that the visualizer hogs so much computer resources. MA3D and like Capture and WYSIWYG run so much easier. It's ridiculous how much easier they run. So the old visualizer still runs them, although it's got some really weird artifacting going on there. Really weird. Don't know why that doesn't spin though. Oh well. Have you worked with GDTF files? No, I have not. I have not had a chance to really use one. I've not seen one in the wild yet. Moving head GDTF file. I don't know if manufacturers are making them. Oh no, there's a website. File tutorial. I've heard about them being a file that can be worked with any kind of desk. Our new one just arrived yesterday. I've been playing with it all day. Hard time adjusting to the lack of select buttons. I'm guessing you're referring to the new MQ70. The lack of select buttons I got kind of used to semi-quickly. So the first time I used it was on a job. And I kind of got used to it semi-quick. Because the main thing I use those select buttons for is like tap tempo stuff or triple clicking and double clicking to go into a menu. But I find it not too bad to just tap the button on the screen. That kind of worked all right for me. And you can still do... You could still like hit the play button and have it... Like if you want to record something, you could hit the play button and it would record into there instead of hitting the select button. So I kind of got used to it. Yeah, muscle memory. It was a bit annoying. Definitely an annoying change that they did. But hey, we kind of got to deal with it, which sucks. You can double tap on the description field as well instead of the select button. Did you try that? I don't know which bit of the stream I was in when you did that comment, so I'm not sure what you're talking about. But thank you for getting involved anyway. They run a lot of money out of your pocket. Yeah. Those bits of software are a bit pricey, apart from MA3D, of course, yeah. I did once try and get MA3D to be talking to Chamsys. I spent like 2 or 3 hours trying to get it to work and see if I could do that whole thing where you do a loop back adapter and things like that to try and send ArtNet out and then back in. But MA3D, from what I learned, will literally only talk to MA. It's like I couldn't do it, and I was very disappointed. But luckily I have WYSIWYG, so I can use that, and it's not too bad. The description right above the play button. Which play button? You mean as in the select button? Oh, you mean double clicking there? Oh, right, yeah. 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 Yeah, that's what I ended up doing on that job as well. So where was I at? I managed to get those lights pointing up and using those gobos. Not a Scooby why one of them doesn't rotate. I remember when I last did it, I think I vaguely have a memory of it not working and thinking the same thing, like, yeah, why is this not working? That's still in the old renderer, I think. There we go. New renderer. Does the old renderer and the new renderer do rotations differently? Those are going anti-clockwise. It totally does. What was with that? Those are going clockwise. Let's make this bigger so everyone can see. So this is the old renderer. The gobos are going clockwise. If I change it to use the new rendering settings, they're going the other way. Man, that's bad. That is poor effort. Maybe the old renderer can only rotate one way. No. It just decides to flip it. How very silly. Also, why has it made this the icon? This is the icon it's decided to pick for open. Oh, it's because that's just what's in there. Some dev or someone at Chamsys was wanted to go home early that day, I guess. I have problems with the default and locate entries on the head files, especially with multiple element heads. You have problems? What kind of problems? Maybe I'll just start talking about it. Let's go have a look. Let's have a look at our fake mode fake. At some point, I'll get back to trying to get these palettes to work. What if I just I'm just going to quickly change them back, see if they will work. So, go away. Layout 1, fake, locate. Let's zoom out of view. And the zoom is shown vice versa in the viz. Yeah, go ahead. Explain away, and I'll try and sort you out. Let me know what heads as well it's being used on, and then I can try it with those same heads. Or if you want, you can send me the show file or the head files if they're custom ones, and I'll see if I can have a look and see what's going on. But yeah, I was looking at these. Okay, so that's my fake colors not working. I'm just going to regenerate the palettes for those real rogues. Patch. Edit current head. Where's regen palettes there? Auto palette options are turned off. That's funny, I swear they were on. Color. Edit head. Regen palettes. Regenerated palettes for this head. Real rogues. Turn you on. Green. Blue. Okay. So that's the real ones working. Fake on. Auto stuff not working. Did it replace the palettes I made? Did it replace the palettes I made? Not sure if I can be bothered. So if I change back these colours to use the normal colours, I think they're putting transparency on it as well, because my icons have got a black background. I think if I find their yellow colours, I think their yellow has transparency. Yeah, so I should remake mine with a transparent layer and save them as PNG, I guess. That's if their files are working with transparent. Oh, they must be. Okay, I gotta read all this stuff. And the zoom is shown vice versa. Should I explain all that? Default and locate. Okay, default and locate. I work with default on 0 on RGB elements. Okay. So if I raise the dimmer, the lamp stays in the dark. Okay, still with you. But some lamps show the locate entries when I raise the dimmer. So you're working with default on 0, and your locate values are still at full, I'm guessing then. But if you raise the dimmer, the lamp stays in the dark. Okay, so if you raise the dimmer, so you want it so that when you raise the dimmer, the lamp stays in the dark. Some lamps show the locate entries when I raise the dimmer. So you'll need to... sounds like what you want to do is probably have... stop me if you already know a whole lot about this, but there's a setting called... where is it? Programmer? Head? Programming? Yeah, unused channels returns to defaults. So it sounds like you want that to be on, like, yes, or that's where that intensity at least. If you have that set to yes, then whenever you've got nothing active, all of your lights should go back to not having any color shown. That, or if you've got a load of RGB lights, you can just record a black palette. Let's patch a load. Patch GZ. Let's do it with some color bands or something. Color band. Patch it. 5 of them. Wow, I've never known it to take so long to patch. Why isn't it? Did I do something wrong? Let's try again. Chauvet. Color band picks. 36. Patch it. 5. Okay. Color bands. So with the setting, use channels return to defaults, yes or heads. Let me have a look, see what the defaults for those was set to be. Default, okay, so default's 0. On is 255. Let me put a dimmer on them as well. Add vdim. Okay, so turn them on. Okay, I can already kind of see what you mean. They should be at their default value right now. But they are not. I think I remember seeing someone else have this problem as well. color bands. Unused channels return to default. Yes, all heads. Turn you on. Let's give you red, green, blue. Clear, select, turn on. Let's just record intensity. C-band on. So yeah, they should be. They just have dimmer in them. Oh, before I go any further, I hate working with duplicated elements. Turn you on, record there. C-bands. Yeah, Jeff, the big hole in finances is a big problem for everyone at the moment. The industry sucks. It's not a good industry to be working in right now. It's pretty unfortunate. But hey, it gives me a lot of time to do streaming. Unused channels should be returning to default. I don't know why these aren't going back. Oh, I think I remember what the fix was. If I clear, I bet they'll jump back to 255. Yeah. Okay. So they shouldn't be doing that. They should be going back to their default value. I swear Chamsys fixed this in the latest patch. So if I go edit head, default values are at 0. I think what you had to do was just set everything to 255. Save head, and then change it back. See if that works. C-bands off, off, off. So intensity on, colors off. If I press clear, they stay off, which is good. Those are all off. So now let's do a bit more experimenting. Let's see what happens if I have them selected. Go red, and then go clear. Perfect. Okay. So there's the fix. It seems like it's a stupid bug where it's not reading the default values properly. So to go over what I did again, all I did was change the default values to full, saved it, then changed them all back to 0, saved it again. And now, ooh, weird. And now they do colours, and if I clear, they go back off. And my fader controls intensity. But that is ensuring that you've got this option on. If you have that set to no, then I believe they will just stay doing what they do. Oh no, that's weird. They went back to nothing. Maybe if I save it again, no. I discussed that on the German Chamsys forum and told it to Chamsys, but it seems no one else did really mention that, except for a small village in Gallien. I remember seeing someone post it in Chamsys in that forum before. I can't remember exactly when, but I remember seeing it. But that is weird now that it shouldn't be clearing to nothing. Oh no, wait a minute. Are these... Oh, so many things. Do I have them as LTP or HTTP? Oh, they're all HTTP. That's why it's going back to nothing for me. Okay. We tried to find a fix for that about 2 years now. Wonderful. I can work with it. Yeah, so hopefully it is just a fact of refreshing that default value. Let me try it with another light. Set that to yes. Go to patch. I'll get rid of those. It's a semi-bodge fix, but everything in Chamsys is a semi-bodge fix. That's a good light to use. Oh, what are they called? Pro lights? What was it? Lumi strip? E-strip? Pixbar. Oh, but Pixbar 4, please. What have we got? RGB, RGB, RGB. All in LTP. Okay. So. Let's put some VDIMs on. Change it all to end. Get rid of that sucker. Yep. Pixbars. Turn you off. Get rid of you. Set you full on. Record there. Have a quick look at what those values were. Locate on, default off. Okay. So, seeing as we're in unused channels, return to default. Yes. They should be off, but they are on. So let's try my fix again. If I clear. Okay, yeah, they're going back to locate. Let's try that fix. Edit current head. Default 255. Save. And back to 0. Save. I'm a little bit terrified now. That's not going to do it. Ah, why not you do it? I really love Chamsys. They try to get me to MA, but I love all the stuff so much. You can say that till the end of the world, Rainer. Chamsys is pretty great. Sometimes it's got some really shit things, but it can do some stuff that I like. Why is it not going back to normal now? Black. Did I record? Let's try and refresh this. That should be black. Why is this window not showing me anything? Outputs, plan, channels. What's going on? I have a feeling Chamsys has died slightly. My outputs window is deciding not to show anything. Oh no, there we go. Stuff just likes to pop into existence. Pix bars. All right. Clear. Jumps back to that. Let's try it again. Maybe. Save head. Well, that's strange as well. Yeah, change the locate values. Let's have a look. Edit. Let's say you locate at 0. Pix bars, locate. Okay, colors are locating at 0, which is good. Now they're locating at full, which makes sense. If I clear, they've gone to 0. Colors have gone to 0 when I've cleared. Let's have a look back at the main cells. Red, green, blue, clear. It's gone to white. We are on return to defaults, yes. So that makes sense. That's what it should have been doing. What if we just change this to 10? Save head. Okay, white makes sense. Yellow. So, and we're in return to defaults. Default was set to 0. What was it, 10? 10, I think. So clear. Clear, and they've gone back to 10. If I turn the intensity up, it seems like a really buggy default / locate thing going on at the moment. Edit, change that to 0, save, locate, let's put color in, clear, and it goes back to 255. Okay, what if I set it to, what if I set default to 1? Oh, I didn't save it. 1, save. I bet it will now work. Okay, outputs, it goes back to 1. Really weird. I mean, 1 is almost usable. Ish. When it's at 0, it will locate and it will go back to 255. Clear. Black. Locate, black. Intensity's on. The colours are there. Really stupid. I know one of the guys at Chamsys, so I'll speak to him tomorrow. And I'll show him some of these things, because that's so stupid. What happens when you change that to heads without intensity? Because sometimes Chamsys works in really stupid ways. Try to change locate values. Yeah, okay. How long are you working with MQ, and what are you doing mostly before Corona? I learned on the Chamsys desk originally, which was 8 years ago. But to say I learned on it, didn't really learn on it. Learned how to push the buttons up and down, and how to push buttons in a certain order. Didn't really learn a huge amount about programming it. But then I stopped using it for ages because I started working, doing all these events where they used AVO. Like every production company in London uses AVO, because AVO is what the vast majority of basic lighting engineers know how to use. Default 0, locate 255. So essentially I was using AVO for a really long time. So I got pretty good at that. And there was just one place I worked at called Hangar. It used to be called Ringer and Mangle. Then it got called Hangar. Then it got called something else. They did really dodgy stuff for money. They were like the semi-underground nightclub / restaurant venue upstairs. And they didn't have that many great acts in there, but they didn't do too many late nights either. But they were the only place that used. Okay, that's working properly. No, wait, is it? What did I set it to do? Heads without intensity. I can't remember if feed him counts as intensity. What if I go remove feed him? So yeah, I was just using a Chamsys desk, one time a month. Didn't really learn it there. And then a few years ago, 2 years ago? Yeah, 2 years ago now, I started working at this venue called the Clapham Grand, and they had a Chamsys MagicQ 100 in there, which they still got it. And I was like, oh yeah, Chamsys, yeah, I vaguely know this. And so I just started doing the nights in there, and that's how I learned how to properly program on Chamsys MagicQ stuff, starting from about 2 years ago. Over that first summer is when I learnt most things. Like over the first summer is when I started to continuously just open up a Q stack, go in the options somewhere and go, what does this mean? And then click help, and then just like, oh, okay. So instead of operating the club nights, I would pretty much try and just figure out how to use each of these things. So one of the things I figured out real quick was like masters, which I didn't even know you could do that. There's like there's a shortcut to make them. Is it like move? There's like something like you select them and then you record, or you select, or is it copy? You copy a group. Yeah, if you copy a group, it creates a 100% dimmer intensity over. And there was some way to do it make it work with masters, like a shortcut to make masters work. I can't remember. But anyway, I learnt masters real quick as well. Masters could just do with a bit of improvement, and then we'll be laughing. Once the masters get improved, Chamsys I'll be a whole lot happier with Chamsys. Okay, so I'm doing heads without intensity only. So these should return to defaults. And my defaults for them is currently 0, so I'm guessing it'll just jump back to 255. Yep, okay. And if I set it to 1, save. Oh, yep, just did it. Jumps back to 1. White, clear. Goes back to 1. Stupid. So if I load back in, if I load in that light which I did it with, which worked, whilst I just change this back to normal, save, close, get rid of you. Some color band, wasn't it? Chauvet, Coal Band, Pix, 36 channel, patch 5 of those. If we set that to yes, they are currently defaulting to 0, and there's no VDIMs on them, and they are HTP. What if I change them all to LTP? Delete you. C bands. Okay, clear. Okay. For those it's working. For the other head it's not. For masters, just copy anything on a playback. I thought I just tried that. Copy group. But that hasn't made a master. That's just made a intensity Q stack. Because when you make it a master, it has that little IM pop up there to tell you that it's an intensity master. Oh, right, sorry, I didn't read the thing you said later on. I swear there was a way of doing it without having to go in there, without having to go in and change that to yes. I think I did it by accident the other day. Let's have a quick look at the old manual. And this setting is set to yes, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it'll be in groups, QSACs. Meh, can't be bothered. It's difficult to see heads with multiple elements in Viz. I have some Chinese clay packy BIs. Oh, I think I've used some fake Chinese BIs as well. I think they were called. I worked with a company who used them. I'll read the rest of your comment in just a second. Where were they? F1 sound. The big, yeah, that was it. The Big Eye Zoom is what the unit was called. Big Eye Zoom. And the guy who made this profile. Actually, oh no, I think he literally just copied yeah, you can see mode 10, K1035 Chan. He's literally just copied the BI head. Would you like to have a look at them? Oh yeah, sorry, I meant to record on playback. Yeah, I have some Chinese clay packy BI. Would you like to have a look at them? I would love to have a look at them. Are you inviting me out to Germany, wherever you are? Or you can send the head file. Return to defaults, yes. So this was working, wasn't it? Okay, clear. So maybe there's something in this head file. Not that one. This one. Maybe there's something in here which is making it do it compared to the other one. What was the other light? It was a Pro light. Something. Lumi. Pixbar 4. That was it. Patch a few of those. Right, so maybe there's some difference between these heads. Maybe it's being buggy with LTP channels. So these should be returning to defaults of 0. Pixbar 4, whatever it was called. Well, yeah, but that is because they're HTTP though. So yeah, that doesn't really help. That will go back to a default anyway. MQ 2014 and 2 wings in your gaming room. What kind of wings are they? Are they the extra wing or the old-fashioned, proper chunky, better wings, which sometimes disconnect for no reason? But what I want to say is, would you like to have a look at the Chinese or real BIs? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll take let's put some BIs in the viz. Okay, let's go have a look. Let's get rid of this stuff. Actually, I'll change these back. Save. You can disappear. Oh, I didn't do that right. Edit current head. I'll definitely talk to James about that tomorrow, about that weird default thing. Not James Harrison, the other James at Chamsys. Get rid of those. Choose head. Clay, Packy. Oops. Let's go for the K20, why not? Extended. Nah, may as well go. We'll go full. 5, not 85. That'd be insane. Independent. Because everyone loves independent mode. Really want to find out how I did it before now. Was it move? Copy. Yeah. Move, group, that doesn't work. Copy, group, that does work. Yeah, record, there, does nothing. What I wish the remove key was on the PC wing. I get so bored of bringing my mouse over here. Oh yeah, the exec wing. The exec wing is where it's at. That was so the first venue I was in where I learnt in speech marks had a, what did it have? It was a Chamsys, not the PC wing, the extra big one. What was it called? The one everyone loves. I can't remember now. The extra PC wing or something. The massive one, which was a PC wing. So they had that as well as a playback wing. Oh god, I'm gonna go insane now. Which one was it? Where are you? Have Chamsys wiped all mention of it off of the internet? It was like the super wing. There it is. The maxi wing, that's it. So the first place I was in, we had a maxi wing as well as a playback wing. And it was badass. It wasn't that badass. It had I think 8 Mac 250s. 8 Mac 250s, 8 Martin Wizards, some Martin Robo 400 colour spots. What else did it have? It had some really weird Martin super heavy 918 scanners. Some old Martin Mac 300 washes. Oh man, it was a rough rig. But occasionally on a big event, we would hire in some Sharpies and some pointies. And it'd be really cool. Alright, so here's our BIs. You broke your 55 channel BIs into several heads to see them a little bit better. Like you mean as in you put in separate RGB heads. Like one RGB head for each element. Edit head. So this has got all of these bits. 37 different elements that you can control. Yeah, 37 RGBs. Yeah, Maxi Wings are like gold dust. I know a dude who's got one, who's been taking it on tour, and it works pretty well. Except one of the encoders is a bit broken, as in the encoder wheel is like broken off. You can kind of use it if you put it on and spin it just right. Maybe he's got it fixed. I'm not sure. Also, I don't know if people know, I'm using the latest beta at the moment, 1867. There's a new view called View Elements. When you're in the groups window, it only appears when you're in the groups window. And they have added the function where you can type a number and press group, and then you've got another group window. So you can have like 2 group and 3 group. 3 group. Oh. No, I swear you could. There's a group window 2, group window 1. 1 group? No. Let me open the 3rd group window. There we go. Let's test it. Can you have group 4? 4. Oops, not position. 4 group. No. Only 3 group windows. So you can have your groups, and you can have your heads, and then down here you could have your elements. I've not used this whole elements view huge amount. Oh, you know about it, do you? Yeah. Oh no, wait, that comment's talking about something else. One head for move. In one head for move, zoom, and the whole LEDs in one. 7 separate RGBW elements, and on a shape head. Yeah, I tried something like that once, but just quickly going back to this view, handy for if you want to click around lights. Let's have a look at this head. Bang on. See how well we can see the elements. I don't know why I didn't just tilt it up towards me. So if I select you and you locate, intensity on. Let's select, can I select everything? If I deselect you and then select you and go locate, what does that tell it to do? Locate, damn it. Well, that's interesting. In fact, 20% worked pretty well. Let's have it at 10. Strobe, zoom, 0. These don't have things. In fact, I'm going to put that group there. Oh, there we go. Patch. They are an independent. Yeah. Oh, I've just completely lost it. Maybe it's not showing. Yeah, it's probably, I think that Chamsys Viz is not that great at showing heads that it doesn't really know much about. Why isn't locate working? Oh, that's a little annoying. Select locate. Does this... This has got locate values in it, right? Jeff Ryan has one of the very first maxi wings. That has been my main desk for the last 12 to 14 years. Man, 12 to 14 years. Does it still work? Does everything still work on it? Do you have to like get it serviced every like few moments or something? Every few years? Do Chamsys still service it? Maybe begrudgingly. So if I select every element, I wonder... I seem to remember there being a shortcut for selecting an element. Selecting elements. I think it was press dot... maybe not. Let's just do dot 1 through 37 at... Okay. That sets me colors. But will it do... I'm guessing if I pick what's opposite red on the color wheel, cyan, if I do the odds, or if I just do 1 through 18.1 through 18 at cyan, if I just do 0.1 at okay, so the viz for these heads, I believe, is only listening to the first element. That's good. Oh, it's because I'm in view. That. Or if I remove you, I just want head 16. Output 16 at... Let's change my grid to be multi-head. Insert heads. Color width. Horizontal. Oh dear, we need to make this grid size different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 9 by 11. Whoa. $16. Yeah, MA3D is good at much better at this. But I guess that's why it's so much more expensive. I just want to put head 16 in here. Duplicate element. Oh, okay. That's roughly it. They still didn't quite get it right. Oh, it's like rotated. I think. Maybe if I put it in vertically. I can never figure out what these options actually mean. That's almost it. It's just upside down. Ah, it'll do. So 20... oh. All right. Why would those cells just disappeared off the top of the screen? They don't call it a beta for nothing. Oh, damn. Okay. So this is our fixture. $16. Locate. So it's on. It's this motherfucker here, right here. If I change cell 1 to be... Whoa. Pretty sure I didn't ask for you. Hold on. Huh. Finding out new information. If you press some shit, if you hold shift and click color, you open up the new color picker. Okay, so let's clear again. If I select that, make you, let's turn the whole thing on. If I select you and go yellow, turns that cell yellow, turns the whole head in Magic Viz green. If I select all of you, go yellow. Okay. Just for a bit of fun. Add effects, color, CMY, include. And turn it on. Oh, of course, you need to include the key. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh no, I just lost that layout I made. Should have recorded it. Output, what was it, group 3 and color. No, it was the programmer? Q? Yeah, I'll go into the Q. Oh no, programmer. Okay. If I oversize you. Nice. Sweet. Here's a stupid bug though. Why are these values only going up to 253? It's oversizing things. Even with size set to 100%, it's only going up to 254. And the intensity of the head, well, the intensity of the head shouldn't matter. CMY should be doing the full color range. Like if you even go into, where is it? Effects, edit effects. Like it should be going to the full value. 255, 255, 255. But it's only jumping up to 253. Oh, 254. but we want to oversize it because that looks better. Well, rainbows are kind of cool. Everyone loves rainbow. By the way, RGBW fixtures are not shown mixed in RGBW and Viz. Mostly I can see only RGB. If I use W, then the lamp stays black. Is that with a specific light for you, or is that just for all lights? Because I swear I feel like I've had a light before. What can I think of? Like the Roby 600. That I swear does do it. Roby. Oh, it won't come up if I just type in 600, will it? I think it's called LED wash. Or is it a Robin? Yeah, it's a Robin 600 LED wash. Mode 1, patch it, one of those. It is this one. One of the few lights where they actually made it where they made it be like real life. And in fact it's the light that they use to make this little image from. If you zoom right in, if you look really close, that light is a Roby 600. So let's locate you. In fact, let's get out of this stupid camera angle. So if I tell that to be red, let's change this room brightness right down. Tell that to be red, and then if I add white, it adds some white to it. So it's working on that fixture. I think that's what you're talking about, right, Raina? It could be, depending on the fixture, there's a setting in the edit head in View General. Per options? Yeah, if you go to options, I believe the color mix setting here, this is what the Viz reads, I think. So if I set this to RGB and then save it, I bet the Viz will ignore white. Yeah, there we go. So now the Viz doesn't see that white information, even though I'm telling it to be there. But yeah, that would be my recommendation. Make sure your color mix is on RGBW. But what should I do in the fixture instead of doing RGBW? It should be working if it's on RGBW. Oh, there's another stupid little... Is that a bug? Maybe save head? Yeah. RGBAW should not be highlighted right there. So yeah, if that's set to RGBW, then it should be working. So maybe check that out, and if it's not, then let me know. etc. Oh, sorry, you knew that, but I have heads who are RGBW and are still not showing RGBW. Okay. Can you give me an example of the head, and then I can have a look at it, and then I'll see if I'm having the same problem. Sam Gorthrop, etc. has a sneak feature which sets the device default home. Is there anything that's similar with Chamsys other than clear? And can set certain attributes home. etc. has a feature which sets the device default home. I don't know if you were watching earlier. This might be what you're wanting to do, but in setup, this goes out to you, Sam. In setup, unused channels return to defaults. Have that on yes, all heads. Then, whenever you've got a head that's not doing anything, it will always, so for example, if I record this to be yellow and zoomed right in and pointing over there, say if I record that to a cue there, and I also have a cue where it's just intensity. Watch this suddenly not work. So this cue is my yellow on move. So if we have a look at it, you can see that it's dimmer on, it's moved somewhere, color's yellow, and zoom is narrow. And if we look at this cue, it's just got dimmer on information. So I'll call this 600 on. So what should happen is once you take that off, because we've got this saying unused channels return to defaults, those channels yellow and position and zoom are no longer being used, so it goes back to normal. And you can tell those channels what to be for that specific head by editing it. You can either edit the head file, or you can make a cue and call it default cue. So editing the head file, you go into your patch, find it, hold the shift button, go edit current head, scroll over to, what am I doing? View channels, and then you set your default channel values here. But be careful with it because it's a bit buggy, as we discovered earlier. The other way to do it, which I think I'd probably recommend, seeing as this is being a bit buggy and you don't want to have to really edit head files every single time, or maybe you do, but the way you can also set a default look for your units. Say you want it to be defaulting to be red, for example. Say if you want to, say if you want it to be defaulting red and zoomed out, then you can go to Cue Store, hit record, put it in, call it something that makes sense, 600 default, and then up here there's a little button called Set Default Cue. So now, whenever a channel is not being used, it will go back to using these attributes as the default, as well as whatever else was on default already. eTech E412 in 10 channel mode. I'll have a look in just a second. Sam, I mean when you're doing things manually not recorded, say you have two groups and you want to clear just one. If you have two groups selected and stuff selected, let's do the BIs and this. Let's just make a lonely group for the 600 wash. Let's make more of a real life environment. Let's turn those on. BIs. Let's get rid of you. Wash on record there. 600 wash. I will get rid of you. Actually, I should probably tell that to not be default cue before I get rid of it. Because you know what Chamsys is like. It will ruin you. Okay, so BI's yellow, 600 wash red. Those values are in the programmer. Let's move this wash so we can see it a bit better. It's over there. Really long way of showing you something which you probably know, and I'm probably getting it a bit wrong, but if you have two groups selected and you want to just clear one, here's what you've got selected in the program window. It shows you everything you've got, i.e. selected and in the programmer. If you just want to get rid of something, you can just hit the button remove and remove that head, or remove the individual attribute, and then it'll go back to the default value. Let me know if that is completely missing the point or not missing the point. So it's the eTech E412. Let's go have a look. eTech, never heard of them. E412. E412 in 10-chart mode. I don't see it. Oh, I'm being really dumb. There's an E150, E200, LED fan. Beam 7Q. E412. Maybe there's another folder. eTech. I'll do a search. E412. No files. I can't find it, Raina. I'm really sorry. It doesn't exist. E412. It doesn't exist. How have you got it? Can you email it to me? RGBWAUV. I'm going to try searching for that MagicQ lamp thing. I can't find it. While I wait for that, oh, maybe I did out something else and look for it. Okay, well, while you look for that, I have a quick play with this BI again, because I'm gonna unpatch these because I don't want 4 extras. BI locate. I'm gonna change this setting back to how I like it. No. Well, it's how I've worked with it in the past. So 600 wash. What were we doing? Oh yeah. So a load of people like to do this thing. You might have done it this way as well, Raina, where you patch a generic RGB on the top of an element. I'm guessing this is what you've done. Generic RGB. So, do you LTP? No. HTTP? No. LTP. So I will patch 37 of these, and these will become my cells for this BI. Have I finished my show for the programming competition? No, I have not. I did a part 2 a few days ago for the... I streamed a part 2, but it ended up being just so awful, and I was feeling so uncreative, and things just weren't working, that I've deleted that video from the face of the earth. I might do some more parts to it later if I can be bothered. I just don't have as much effort to complete that show file, or complete that competition, because I've already got the desk. but I will be doing it, I hope. I mean, we've all got plenty of time to do it, don't we? So I'm going to overlay the values of these lights on top of this. Actually, if you just wanted to, I don't know. Okay, so view channels. Where are those lights? So all those generics, I'm actually going to tell to be starting from 2147. Shift down 2147. Okay. And now I'll go channels. And if I set the merge, do I care about that one? Red, that's main. No, I don't care about that one. What was it? 2147. So I'm going to tell this channel to get its information from 2147. I think you can do that. Copy in one of them. So this would be 2152. I think copy probably makes more sense, doesn't it? Copy to 147. So it's patched a whole load of them into the viz. What's that? 22 through 58. If I call that group elements white. Cool. So now the viz has all of these lights which show kind of what that Claypacky unit is doing, what those cells are doing. Now back to that light that Rayner's having trouble with. Oh no, he's not found it yet. Maybe you can take a generic RGB WA lamp or similar. Let's find it. Let's find one of those. Generic RGB WA. Does that exist? Oh, there we do. RGB AWUV. Swap. Feed him. Turn off those elements. Black. That's already added a dimmer for it. Yeah, I guess I told it to. So I've got that head selected because I can see it's up there. RGB AWUV. Okay, let's see what it does. Let's put it there. Wait, did that do a thing? Why couldn't I record to playback 10? Weird. RGBA white UV. Intensity on. Let's have a closer look. Okay, so red, green, blue, white, amber, UV. Oh, I hate that those are the wrong way around. So we've got red, we've got green, we've got a blue, we've got a white, a very dim white. It is there, it's just very dim. And we have a very dim amber. And we have an incredibly dim UV. Chuck the beam brightness up a bit. Yeah, so if I go all the way through them again with that on your screen. So this is with everything off. That's red, that's green, blue, white, dim as shit, amber, dim as shit, UV, dim as shit, but they're all there. It's just weird that they make them so super dim. Maybe it's the fact that they're dim, you're not seeing them. Let's have a look at the unit. View range is no, we want general and then options. So yeah, the color mix is set to RGBA, RGBAW, and UV, even though it's got that highlighted hashtag Chamsys bugs. Sorry, I was so fascinated. You can take the Beams BBP 96. Let's have a look at that. Choose. Yeah. Beams. BBP 96. BBP 96. I'm guessing 10 channel mode. One of those. Bang. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing my screen. Outputs window. Let's have a look. Let's make a new grid. Oh no, is Chamsys gonna die? I might have killed it. No, it just doesn't want to do it for me. Set grid size 1 by 1, please. We don't want that head, we want head 59. Okay, that's head 59. Let's open color, put it there. So RGB AUV, white. We turn the intensity on. There we go. Okay. I have a feeling the outputs window will only do RGB, but let's see. It's got red, it's got green, it's got blue, doesn't have white, doesn't have amber, doesn't have UV. Yeah, okay. Outputs window sucks. It's great. It is great. I do love it for certain things. And I do like how they've put a bit of thought into it, at least, that they've done it so when you turn the green up, it changes that the color of the number to be the exact opposite so you can still see it. I mean, it means they've thought about it a little bit. But hey ho. Let's have a look at the light that you mentioned. We'll get rid of, oops, clear, view grid, get rid of you. We will select head 60 and put that in there instead. Let's locate. Viz looks like it's doing funky colors. It's a good sign. Outputs window is dead. But yeah, red in the Viz, red output, green in the Viz, green output, blue in the Viz, blue output, white in the Viz, white not in the outputs window, same for amber, same for UV. Yeah, output window and Viz do slightly different things. Also, if you do some weird, complicated stuff, sometimes you'll see huge differences in what the outputs window is showing and what the Viz is showing. Like sometimes I've been on a show where like my outputs window is showing a light is green, but the Viz and real life is showing the light as actually not real life. I've only ever had it in the Viz in while I was doing pre-programming for stuff, and yeah, the outputs window would be one color, the Viz would be a completely different color, because of how the heads were set up. Because I was doing kind of DMX merging and things like that, but like this output window be showing one thing, and then view channels would be showing, like this would be showing something completely different, because there's a slight difference between this window, what the DMX values is showing, and the DMX values that this window is showing. But it's weird. So out window doesn't work, and Viz is too dark when I use white. Yeah, it's probably that, maybe. If you get back to your desk or your computer, wherever you've got that show file, have a look, check it out, and see what's going on. I've completely lost track of where I was at. I've just been answering loads of questions. Have I missed anything? Have I completely left anyone out? Just having a little read through, see what I've missed. I think I've covered everything. Or covered all the questions. Actually, I'm programming a new intro for me being a special kind of DJ instead of programming for the competition. And I use Audio, Reaper, Resolute, and Chamsys. It's funny on how many screens. I've got Reaper. I haven't played with it too much. I mean, who hasn't got Reaper? It's free to download. You definitely need a lot of screens when you're working with lots of stuff. So I'm going to keep following this vein of having these lights being overlaid on top of the BI. I'm going to get rid of this light. I'm just going to tidy up a little bit. Get rid of these. few viz. These lights can go to the heavens. I want my... How many elements in the Copac key? 37. Minus 0.5 through 0.5. Actually, if I put that there, let's open up a group window, put it down there, view elements, view groups. I'll actually select you, go view elements. Okay. If I name these to be starting from 1, you can't rename? Maybe you've got to do it here. RGB1. I'd be amazed if this works. Damn. Hold fire. Screw it. This is easier. 15, 16, 17, 18. Few viz, few heads. So I'm going to lay them out in the viz the same way they're laid out in this window. So 28, 29. 13 and 14. 4.1 and 0.5. Oops. 0.1, 0.5. 2 and 7. 8 and 19. And 20 and 37. The new viz is showing self-made gobos without problems, right? Yes, correct. Let me show them again. Make a pointies, locate. Beams from the heavens. Zoom out and chuck in my gobo. There's my gobo. There's the gobos I made. Beautiful things. I do really like that gobo on the mega pointies. It's really pretty and sweet. Don't know why that gobo doesn't spin though. If you find out why a gobo won't spin, drop me a line because I have no idea why that gobo does not spin. That should be spinning. If I switch over to the other gobos, they are spinning. That one's not. Something about how many patches of light and dark there are, I don't know. What else have you said? One question, can you explain the differences between the different kinds of multiple heads? Oh, as in dupe. Oh, okay, yeah, dupe in ink. That should be ind and main. Okay, yeah. I'll give it a go. It's really stupid. Okay. So, duplicated. Let's find a head. Let's do a head. Let's do my good old favourite band. Colour band. Patch. Let's make this look normal. Colband picks. Okay, so initially, straight away you kind of get into it when you see DE. You probably know already that 36 channel. Oh god, I'm in the wrong window. There we go. Sorry everyone. Okay, so you've missed nothing. All I've done is come here, gone choose head, Chauvet, Colband picks. So you can see when you're selecting a mode, it's asking you 12 channel. 4DE stands for 4 duplicated elements, or 6 duplicated elements, or 12 duplicated elements. That's telling you how many elements of control you have. If I patch one of those, they automatically get put in as dupe, and they get automatically put in as that because in the head file, where is it? It's not there. It's when you're in view channels. These are made to be duplicated elements. If that was set to yes, then they would become independent, but they're not. But you override that by changing that to ind. But when they're on the dupe short for duplicated, it means that whatever you do to the light, whatever you do to the first element of the light, the rest of the elements will follow suit. So if I make a grid 12 by 1, insert heads, horizontal, left, right, grid options, multi-head, yes. Okay, so here's a grid which shows that light. Let's just have a group window and a color window. And in fact, let's change this to view elements. So let's hope that I can actually remember how to do this. So this head is in duplicated mode at the moment. So when you select the first element and change the color, bollocks, it didn't work. I expected it to do something different. I think that's because I'm in view elements. But okay, for example, if you go into view heads, you select the head, you tell it to be green. The only information that went into the programmer is information that applies to the first cell, and the rest of the cells copy it. The only information in the programmer is stuff for the first cell. There's no other information to the other cells to tell them to be green, yet they are green. That's because the head is in duplicated mode. So if I select another color, red, all of the, put that down there, all of the cells have turned red, but there's only red information in the first cell. All the cells go white, but there's only white information in the first cell. When they're in dupe mode, it copies over everything from cell 1 over to all of the other cells. unless you select the specific cells and tell them to be a different color, then that puts that information into the programmer. But if you change it to be independent, one thing that's a plus is you get to set that option to yes or no. That option lets you, if you know that already or not, that this option lets you flip the order of the pixels. So if someone's rigged a sun strip upside down and you're going through your chases and you see one that's clearly not right, instead of getting arsey with the local crew who have fucked up, you can just go into your patch window and set swap to yes, and then that just swaps the pixel order, which is great. You don't get that option when it's in duplicated mode. See? It's shit. So independent. I have to reteach myself this as well now. Programmer, output, group, color. So when you have independent mode selected, it puts all of the cells into the programmer when you select a color instead of just the first cell. That's pretty much the main difference. I think that's pretty much the only difference, but I so much prefer it, A, because you can do the swap, and B, because you know exactly what your heads are going to do because it's in the programmer. And when you record it, it goes into the queue. You're telling the elements to be that color instead of relying on the software to do its little thing where it decides, oh, maybe it won't do it one time. In fact, on the show, my show that I did for the LDI competition back in November, I couldn't go to LDI? Yeah, it was LDI. I couldn't go because I had work, and they wouldn't pay for a plane ticket to fly me over to the States. I would have had to pay for the plane ticket myself. So I didn't go, and as a result of that, they played back the show, and I think some of the heads were in duplicated mode instead of independent mode. So there's points in the video they put up lately on their Facebook page. You can see the bands are they look like they should be doing a chase, but only the first cell is turning on, and the rest of the cells are all off. And that's because they've been put in duplicated mode instead of independent mode, I think. I think that's what they did. But either way, so that's that. The other thing you asked about was main. So that's in the head editor. We won't find it on that head. We'll find it in BI. Yeah, main and dupes. So main is, well, it's kind of the main. The main overrides everything else, I believe. I don't think I've ever worked with a main in the color sense. I've only seen main on things like dimmer, shutter, zoom, and all those kind of things. I don't want output, I want programmer. Okay, that's interesting. Select BI, set color, programmer. What mode is it? It's in ind. So let's put them all into the cells, which is what I expect. But it hasn't put them into the main. Not really sure why it doesn't do that. But I do know that I'm guessing now, that when you select the unit, it's showing you've got head 16 selected. So that's like, I've got the main, everything that's main is selected, apart from colors apparently. when it's in independent mode. Maybe if it was in... Sorry, I'm kind of learning at the same time as saying this. Maybe when it's in duplicate mode, and you select a color. Okay, that's just doing cell 1. And it's not putting them in there. Yeah, I think even Chamsys probably don't know how they're doing it. Oh yeah, Sam, sorry, there's a question. Sorry, this isn't head editor related. Is there a way to duplicate the attributes of one fixture to another? Patch window, look for copy head programming. I've in fact never used copy head programming either. I've seen it talked about, but never in fact done it. Oh yeah. Make sure you hold down Shift. Copy head programming. Copy head programming, select source head. Select destination. Ah, can only copy between same head types. Copy head programming, this head, onto this head. Done. Okay. Surely you wouldn't ever need to have to do that unless you've just copied a head, clone head. Oh, so like if you've added a head and you didn't clone. Yeah, I can see how that's useful. Can you do different head types? I don't know. So I'm just learning about it as well. But what I would do in that case is okay, let's pretend we wanted to copy the programming of this head here, this Claypacky head. What I would do if I were you would be, make sure you've highlighted it, go clone head. This will make a copy of the head, and then it will ask you if you want to copy the palettes, if you want to copy the cues, or if you want to split the effects. So make a copy of it, and then I would go select the head that the different one is. Let's say it's not capture. Let's just go for some Roby light. BMFL wash EV. So you've selected that head, and then with the copied head you've just made, go morph. Make sure you've got a clear programmer. Morph it. So now your programming that was on your Claypacky head is on the Roby BMFL wash head. To an extent, Chamsys will do the best it can to look at the channels each light has and try and merge them together to so that as much information gets carried over as possible. Sometimes it doesn't work too nicely, but that's when you go in a few hours before and you do it, and then you kind of tidy up all your palettes and whatnot. But yeah, Chamsys and multi-head elements are awful. They're not good. But it's changing. It's getting better. So once I've got just this light selected, it shows the number 16, so I've got the light selected as a whole. If I put 0.1 at, and now it says I've got 16.1 selected. So I no longer have... Oh no, okay, so you can still do main... You can change main elements no matter if you're on, unless you can change main elements even if you've got an independent element selected, it seems. But when making a head file, anything that's not an independent element or a duplicate element, whichever way around, you basically just set to main. Any head that's not got any elements, everything will be main, I believe. So if I have a look at this Chauvet spot, edit current head, everything's main. It's pretty neato. But yeah, tip for anyone watching, always change this to be independent. It's so much nicer to work with. And you don't even have to change your programming style all that much. You just know that what you're putting in will come out. I'm going to go make a quick cup of tea, and then I'll be right back. And then maybe when I get back, I'll open up my main show file and have a quick look at some things in there. Alright, I'm back. What are we up to? I have an ADJ 360, and it's a double head. If I put it in the show, Chamsys only shows the pan, rotation, and the second head isn't turned on when I set the dimmer at full. It's a multiple head that can't be used in Viz and not really good in real. Not really good in real. I made it to a normal head with 2 gobo wheels, 2 color wheels. I think heads with multiple elements are getting better in MagicQ, but it's still not easy to work with them. What do you think? I completely agree that multiple elements are awful in MagicQ. In Ableite, it's so much easier. It's so much easier. You just open the little window called Attribute Editor, you select each element and you tell it to do its thing, and Avo automatically has virtual dimmers for any channel that you would ever want to put a virtual dimmer on. It's so much better. But again, agreed, they are slowly moving forward with this view elements window. It's slightly better, but it's still stupidly buggy. Like if I select, what was it that I did? If you select the BIs, let's open another group window. I don't know what I'm doing. BIs, group window, showing the elements. If I then select a few elements, and then decide to select another light, and then come back and think, oh no, wait, I want to select all those BIs again. Oh no, it did it that time. There was something I did earlier where it didn't let me do it. Maybe I had things in the programmer. Yellow. Yeah, I can't remember, but it was buggy. Yeah, really don't like it. Let me find the ADJ 360 patch. I'm going to make a new show because this is looking real messy. And I'm going to import my settings because I'm getting bored of not my settings. Okay. ADJ 360. $360 2R, I'm guessing. 2 duplicated elements, that seems right. Pitch one of those. I bet when I tell the Chamsys people about it, they'll just be like, really? Are you sure you're doing it right? And then they'll probably say something like, oh, no, you need to do it this very specific way. And my argument is, well, if the way that's intuitive to do it isn't working, then it's not working. $360. Viz. We are in the Viz. We are selected. If you don't know this trick with the visualizer, if you hold Shift and zoom out, you get a much better perspective view. It looks like you're just zooming out, but really you're widening your field of view. So then things look a bit more like they do in real life. What was it you said about it? It's a double head. If I put it in the show, Chamsys only shows pan rotation, and the second head isn't turned on when I set dimmer to full. Okay. Let me have a look at what attributes are. Pan, 2 tilts. 2 tilts? Let me have a look at what the head looks like. Oh, wow. That is a funky head. Jeez. That's interesting. What can it do? Oh. God, that's loud. Oh, they have continuous rotation. That looks so weird. It looks like it's like a broken light, but it's actually a normal light. Not bad for a little thing. For a little party piece. If you haven't seen this video, watch it. It's good. Christian Jackson's a bro. Okay, I've had enough of you, ADJ. No more. Okay, so pan, tilt, tilt, color, color, gobo, gobo, prism. Okay, yeah, double of everything. 2 dimmers, 1 shutter, tilt mode. So that's the continuous stuff, I'm guessing. Oh no, that's the continuous stuff. Position. Oh, it doesn't have the angle information for it. Let's go find it. In the viz, the head is doing only pan. Come on, ADJ website. Oh, yeah, because it's continuous, that's why it doesn't have it in there. Well, I'm gonna guess then, in that case, that it's probably pan range 360, tilt range 360. Save. Something like that. Okay, let's have a look at the viz. So that's it located. Let's try and tilt it. Okay. Yeah, doesn't want to tilt, but it will pan. It'll pan, but it won't tilt. And you want it to tilt in the viz. In real life, you can't even see the second light turning on when you say dimmer at full. Okay, the second light not coming on when dimmer at full will probably be because if I hit intensity at full, if I go to output, then I can see that view values. Yeah, so one of the dimmers has been set to 100. And the other dimmer is, where is it? Way over here. It's not in the programmer, but let's set that to independent. clear. Dimmer 2 is on at 100%, which just seems a bit silly. Okay, patch. Really, oh no, don't want to do that. I would make sure that both dimmers are HTTP, yep. Dupe 1, dupe 2, yep, that makes sense. Shutter. Dupe 1, dupe 2. So if I tell that to be at full, both dimmers, both heads should be on. The outputs window is saying that they should be on. So they probably should be on. I can't really do much without having one in real life, but I presume they are. Unless you were... what if you did that? No, that still sets it properly. Oops. The way you could have had one of them done is, so if I call that head 1, select that, clear, point 2 at. So now, ooh, that's interesting. So this is head 2. Output. Okay, so now I've created a group which is just that second head. By locating that, I'm telling dimmer 2 to be on. Dimmer 1 is left alone. Dimmer 1, if I locate that, output, dimmer 1 is on. Dimmer 2, where are you, is left alone. But if you select the whole head as a whole, locate, then both dimmers should be on. But the viz is definitely not a work of art. The viz is probably getting confused with tilts or something. Is there a tilt mode? What is that? Two separate, two together. Let's locate, go two together. That still doesn't do anything. Pan mode. That's the pan continuous. Tilt continuous. Yeah, the viz is, oops. The viz is just getting confused. Because it doesn't like seeing tilt saying duplicated. Yeah, the viz is probably expecting to read tilt channels as being on main. So when they're on dupe, I guess it's going, I don't really know what to do. An example of a light which is similar to that is the Chauvet Rogue FX1B. Let's see if that does the similar thing. Some good learning for head stuff. Rogue. Where are we? R1FXB. We'll go advanced. Patch one of those. So the Rogue R1FXB has got pan for everything and 5 individual tilts. And it looks like this. So basically, it's like just a moving head with 5 5 elements that tilt. Yeah, blah blah blah. Get to talking about it. That image is terrible. So I bet the Chamsys visualizer won't be able to do that either, even though they're owned by Chauvet. Let's have a look. Ugly dupe. Rogue. FX1 beat. Locate. Oh my god, they've actually made the 3D model for it. So we've got pan. Oh, we do have tilt. So do we have tilt on the individual elements? Let's select these. Fan. Position. Holy hell. Okay, so that's exactly what you want. You want your head to be doing exactly that. So let's have a look at this and see if there's anything blaringly obvious with those tilt channels. Compared to your light. There must be something, unless they've literally made it so that it only works with Chauvet specific stuff, where they've had to make the head file be doing very specific things in regards to the visualizer. I've never seen an option where it's said, like, make multiple tilts work in the viz. I wish you could have 2 open at once. Tilt, dupe 1, dupe 2. It can pan, but it can't tilt. Yeah, maybe actually. Although maybe to making the ADJ head out of the rogue head, the 3D model will still look like a rogue head, probably. But you would at least have separate tilting stuff. So yeah, you could at least do that. That's what I think that's my thoughts on the subject anyway. I'm gonna quickly load up my main file. Where are we? Probably you. And I'll open WYSIWYG as well. And watch my laptop crumble. Should probably close Photoshop. Oh, I should have saved that really. Oh well. Zoom out, zoom in. Oh, really bright. Patch. So it might always be a good idea if you have problems to have a look if there is something similar from Chauvet that I can build my heads from. Yeah, that's probably a good shout. Seeing as, yeah, Chauvet kind of want Chamsys to be able to be working perfectly with all of their stuff. So that's definitely a good bet. Either Chauvet or Roby, probably the two main manufacturers that probably are most likely to have decent stuff in the Chamsys visualizer. But I wouldn't hold my breath on the Roby stuff either. The yeah, mainly the Chauvet stuff. So come on, WYSIWYG, have you loaded yet? No. So I've got some heads here which I need to change from dupe to ind. I don't know why they are all dupe. They really shouldn't be. Everything else is ind apart from those. And I need to make some more of these lights. Stormies, independent. Everything should be independent. Why have I got matte quantum washes down there? I can't remember. But yeah, the problem comes, you need to be changing dupe to independent straight away really, because if I do it now, I bet there's going to be problems in the programming. So if I do that, let's see what happens. If I turn my washes on, let's change beam brightness right down. In fact, have I made a page for this? Camera. No. I need to think of 2 more flash buttons to record there, that's for sure. I'm actually going to get rid of that. Just wait until WYSIWYG turns up. Let's see if these palettes still work. Yeah, they should be still working. All of that information is still there. Ooh, okay. WYSIWYG is here. Okay, those palettes look good. Where else have I got colour in the washes? Probably here. Yeah. View design. Maybe everything is fine. Yeah, the open white strobes. Maybe move a wipe as well. No, they are all in there. Soft wipes. Random wash. White. Good. White. Now, hopefully this main execute window works. Red. I think it's all good. What about here? How's that looking? Not amazing. That's about good enough. Okay. Okay. I would like to add a few more effects in that I've not got yet. But other than that, it's mostly there. I'm just going to have a look, see see if this has got the right gobos in it. I really wish there was a way you could make these icons bigger. I know you can do it in the like here, but I want them bigger in the main view. I need bigger pixels. I guess that doesn't really matter too much, seeing as everything will be being changed anyway. But it's good for head editor learning. Are these macros correct? It hasn't got a reset all macro, which is sad. So I'm going to create a macro for resetting. Name reset all. Control, we're probably on channel 6 like the others. What range is it? Reset 205. There we go. Now that means that when you go to macro and head macros, well, if you've got the light selected, if you go to macro, head macros, you can now reset all. I think there's a keyboard shortcut for that somewhere. Chamsys has got a keyboard shortcut for a lot of things. Like a lot of people don't know, if you want to lamp stuff on, you can hold shift and click locate, and that will lamp things on. And I think the macro for turning off the desk is something like shift and DBO, or control and DBO, something like that. It's not something you want to play with mid-show. I'm going to see if my importing of palettes will work here. Probably not, because it's CMY. In which case, I'm probably I should make, in fact, I'm going to edit this. This should be my colors RGB. My colors RGB. And I'll make one for CMY, which is just going to be the opposite of all this. Oh shit. One two eight 0 0 0 0 255 0 255 191 17 0 0 0 128 255 255 255 255 128. What's that? 33 33 255 0 255 255 255 255 255 128 0 0 0 0 0. Yep 0 255. where does it store those files? Does it store them in icons? I think it stores them in heads, actually. Maybe not. Where are they stored? Yeah, they are in heads. Documents MagicQ show heads. There we go. My colors RGB, CMY, delete that one. That doesn't get needed anymore. Yes. So now I have some palettes for RGB stuff. So let's import. Let's open that up again. This icon doesn't work, in case anyone's wondering. You can try and click auto icons, but it will break. Down here, or somewhere, it will pop up saying, sorry, I don't exist. Me as a button has failed. When it wants to. Oh dear. It's gonna die. It's gonna die. It's going to die. Oh yeah, there we go. Could not find auto icon map.csv because it doesn't exist anymore. I think it got missed out in some version. So instead, import palettes. Let's see if this works. My colors CMY. Ooh. Well, that just needs to change to be 11. That just needs to be 12. And those just need to be 13. I could really do with updating my icons. I'm still interested to know why those icons I made didn't work. They should have done. Maybe I'll try it again. Maybe it did need to have some transparency. But all those figures look semi-right. Where's user gone? User icons. Wait. So that should be red, amber, orange, amber, yellow. Oh, wait. There we go. Let's get rid of all this garbage. Which I still don't know why it automatically adds all those. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Scrolling. We love to scroll. We love to scroll all the way down this window. Wow, there's still loads left. Did that even work? Oh, I don't think it did. Oh, because I didn't click remove. Oh, God. This is the worst. Worst stream footage ever. I went to watch Matt Blake's lighting channel to see him stream some cool stuff, but all he did was scroll down a spreadsheet and do fuck all. No worries, Rainer. See you later, man. Hopefully see you on the next tune-in. All right. Back in business. So that should be white, red, orange, amber, yellow, green, turquoise. God, these colours are so hard to read. Blue, deep blue, UV, magenta, hot pink. I need to change that pink. That is not pink. That is like a very CTO. There we go. Good night. So if we save that head, I might try just quickly. I'll patch this head into a new show and see what that does. What light was it again? Roby BMFL mode 1. Go to patch, choose head, Roby, BMFL, mode 1, make our auto palettes on. I don't trust that all button. Patch it 1. Red. Let's locate it as well so we can see it. White, red, orange, amber, yellow, green. Well, that's good. They worked. That's excellent stuff. Now let's go back to that old file. So the patch set up. I want to go to the where do I want to go to? Patch these lights, edit current head, DMX, 41 names. I know. I'm going to load up Photoshop. See if I can change those cues to be, change those icons to be transparent. Ooh, Sam, do you know why random cues would show up in a cue stack? That's not supposed to be there. No, I do not, is the short answer. I would expect you may have accidentally recorded them there, or another cue, a cue in the cue stack could be triggering them, but you'd have to do something really quite on purpose to make that happen. Do you mean random cues or random attributes of lights? Let's go 200. Oh no, web. 200 by 200. Icon. If you want to send your, if you can, random attributes. It depends how you've been recording your cues. So, for example, let's go to a new page and let's pretend, let's take off that effect. Let's pretend I've got a cue stack where I've told these lights to be on. I've told them to be green. And I've told them to point in my X1 position. Actually, no, that's stupid. That's something a bit more real world. A cue where the lights are on and they're strobing. Okay. So you've got this cue, you're calling it spots strobe. And you're going, yeah, great. But then you've got another cue which is the same thing, but it's random strobe. And you set it to cue timing, and you turn it on, and you press play, and it goes through it, and you're like, great, yeah, it's working great. And then maybe you're in the middle of doing something with the beams, and you've told them to go green, and you've got the beams being on, and say you were programming an effect with them. Say you were telling them to tilt like that. Okay, and then you recorded that there. And then you thought, oh no, you named that beams tilt. Oop. Beams tilt green. And you're like, okay, great, I've got beams tilt green. And then you decide you're going to go back and record like an open on here. So you go, okay, I'll select my spots and I'll tell them to be open and be on. And you go, okay, so that's like strobe, this is random, and this is open. So then you clear everything out, and you're like, okay, great. Here's my strobing in sync, here's my random strobing, and here's my lights on. Oh, no, wait. They've got that green tilting effect going on with them at the same time. I'm guessing this is something like what you mean. You wanted this Q stack just to be the spots being on, or strobing, or random strobing. But then you got this weird green thing in here by accident. Which happened because when I recorded this Q, after I'd recorded it, I didn't press the clear button. So if I go back to pretending I've just recorded it, so that Q is now in the programmer. If you then do something else, tell those to be a color, and tell them to be on, then you've still got that tilt information and all these beams doing green stuff in the programmer at the same time. So what have you said? Kind of that kind of issue, but I'm very careful on how I program cues. So long as you're clearing out of every cue after you've recorded everything, it shouldn't be happening. Unless what's happening is tracking is happening. If you know about tracking, then I'm sorry if I'm telling you stuff you already know. But if you have this cue, let's get rid of it. Actually no. Let me delete that. Sorry, wrong screen. Shutter open and on. Record that on top of there. Call that open. Oh god. Did I just do that? Did I just make the mistake? I do. It might be glitch. If you want to send me the show file, I can have a look. But it could be a bug. I've not had it myself, and I've programmed a lot of cues. In this file, there's already 550 cues, and they're all kind of working as I expect them to work. The only time it gets really weird is when I do timecode stuff. But still then, I've never had something happen which wasn't in the queue. You can always super double check by opening up the queue stack, going into the queue that is causing you the trouble, and just have a look at what information is in there. View tracking as well, so you can see what's actually tracking through. That would be my tips on how to battle that. Is this the time code for the competition, I'm guessing? In which case you probably don't want to send me the show file. You can include the Q and it's perfect. I've had something like that before, actually. And it was on one of my files where I made like a zoom effect. And I included the Q stack and it worked. And whenever I played it back normally, it didn't. But that was because I think of there was some other Q I had running which had a higher priority, which was stopping it from playing back properly. So maybe you have correct. Maybe you have I don't know, another Q with higher priority which is blocking it from doing something. Or you could split your timecode up into multiple Q stacks and just have 2 Q stacks following timecode. Or you can have one of your Qs triggering other Qs. If I open up my timecode I did for the last competition, where are we looking? Get rid of that. I can't remember if I did anything super complicated in the QStack macros or anything. Where are we looking? Chamsys, program, product sound, LDI. So here. So did I have any macros running? No. But my timecode was running from, so it was from this Q stack. If I go view visualizer, and then if I tell the camera to do its camera thing, enabled position, zoom, X position, something like that. Brightness, right down, beams up. Oh, am I going to have to open Winamp to run this timecode? Can I just set you to timecode sim? Start. Oh no, because everything has got +1. Timecode sim. Okay, there we go. So this was the timecode that I did for that LDI show. Although it's not playing back very well. Why is it playing back so poorly? Oh, because it stopped. Why has that gone back to not doing it properly? That's running so poorly. Oh, I'll just have to load Winamp. Too many files. Where is the LDI file? Did I buy the Chamsys console? I won the MQ70, I bought the PC wing, and I bought the extra wing. And the PC wing is what I've got running pretty much continuously. RIP my laptop, running too many applications at once. Enabled, position, brightness, beam, zoom, XBars. Timecode sim off. This is listening to external timecode. Should be working. Mute. Okay, there we go. It's kind of working now. Don't know why the pattern's continuously on. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. Why are the buttons always on? Well, basically, that was the show that I did, but it's Chamsys Viz is really struggling to do every kind of beam whilst streaming to YouTube and whilst running WYSIWYG and whilst Spotify's playing and whilst Photoshop's open. and whilst DaVinci Resolve is open. So, poor old laptop is doing the best it can. But anyway, this Q stack doesn't have anything super weird in it, even though it basically runs the whole show. Tracking's pretty good. The only thing I did struggle a lot with was tracking out specific effects, but they've sorted that out now. There's a setting, if you let's say look at this Q, view effects. Okay, not that one. Yellow BBB, whatever the fuck that means. So they've put this column in, which is labeled track out. And I get confused as to which way around it means. I think if you hit yes, then that effect will not run through. Everything that's on no will keep running through if it's tracked. I think. Play with it, but that's the option. Let's turn that stuff off. 41 cues. Decent number. Is that for the whole show? It only really happens when I'm running the whole timecode Q stack. It sounds like it's probably a tracking issue. And yeah, if you included each cue specifically, you wouldn't see that tracking issue come through. So yeah, just check your tracking very carefully. Maybe turn all of the tracking off to see if things are kind of running as they should be. Then maybe bring the tracking in slowly, one by one, and see what's going wrong. But yeah, Chamsys and timecode don't go well together, I found. They were pretty unhandy. Are you doing it through MagicHD, or are you doing it a different way? I gotta get out of the show. Go back to some head editing. You wish you had hardware. You're literally doing it through Chamsys. I think most people are doing it on PC version. I did my last one on PC version. It's a lot easier to do, I think, doing it on PC because you have the Viz. You can't really do it very well with a console. The only good thing with having hardware is having the fact that it unlocks the whole having Winamp playing your music into it. That's like whenever I was programming the show without my PC wing, that was the only thing basically that was annoying to me, the fact that I couldn't have Winamp running at the same time. Come on, load. Now, there was an effect I wanted to make on the other lights. That's interesting. There we go. I'd quite like this effect to run. You can't see what I'm doing. There we go. I'd quite like this effect to run kind of, instead of being random, I'm going to make one where it's kind of nicely going from out to in, or left to right or something. So let's do, we will include that. Select our heads. Prog. View effects. Reorder. Oh, that didn't work. Prog. Reorder. Interesting. Can I select all? Reorder? Let's record it there, just for fun. Actually, no, that didn't work because that's stupid. Oh, now that does. Now that shows the words. Dim tilt. Let's go record that. Include. Beams, programmer. Why won't this let me reorder those heads? Is it because they're already in that order? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's update. And now I'll just out in tilts. I'll just edit this cue directly. Dimmer chase. I want that to be a bit smaller. Actually, no, they need to be like 48. Basically, I want to be like inversing. I want it to do fast. And I want this spread to be something more like what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's something like what I was thinking of. Anyway, it's getting late for me as well now, so I think I'm going to call it a day there. Kind of strayed a little bit far from doing head editor stuff, but we got a lot of stuff done. I think people learnt a fair bit. I'm going to try and get my LDI, Pro Light Sound file done at some point. Other news coming up, I should be making a proper head editor, proper video soon, so that people can consume it in like a 10-15 minute chunk instead of a 3-4 hour stream. So once that happens, I think people will be a lot happier with that. And someone asked if I would show a little breakdown of my settings and a quick little run through of what everything in these settings does, which is probably going to be either a stream or a little video, maybe a little video, don't know. Someone else wanted a video of a review of the MQ70, which might be coming up, but main thing I'm going to be working on at the moment is getting this head editor video out and done. So maybe that'll be the next thing everyone sees. Going to be working on that tomorrow. So see you later, guys, and I'm going to go and rock out to some more techno music. So ta-da!